Okay, hello everybody. We'll wait for people to join in, and I'm going to also get the link set out to the Discord. Just gotta find it. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right. Now we just gotta wait for people to join in today. Oh, I am super shaky today. I think I had a little too much caffeine this morning. Very, very shaky, and my heart's going to pitta-patta, pitta-patta. And I have food being delivered in about half an hour, which is very exciting. Do this. Welcome to the reading sprint. Still wait for people to hop in. Start at about quarter after, like we usually do, to give people enough time. Okay. Notifications are all cleared. Yay! Wow, it's really, really bright. Yeah, I don't know why it's so bright in here. It's normally not, so I don't know what's going on. Okay. Boo, 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 boo. Hello. When you have arrived, say hello to me and tell me what you're working on in terms of your reading today. I'm sorry that this is so bright and I'm so washed out. I don't know why that is happening today. It just is. I think it's because like it's just so bright outside than so much brighter outside than it normally is. And so like all the light is coming in. Like I probably could turn off the light that's in here, but I don't know. I need to update my library spreadsheet because I finished one of my books yesterday, which is exciting. So when you've joined, when you have joined, please say hello and tell me what you're working on today. We're going to start reading sprints at about quarter after, just to give people enough time to join in and get themselves settled and ready for the reading sprints today. And I'm just going through and checking in on stuff, making sure all my points are in and all that jazz. Hi, Caitlin. New children's book to preview it for your kindergarten kids. Awesome. Yes, Sparkles, hello. Very nice to see you today. All right. Well, for me, I am working on the Vox Machina Kith and Kin Critical Role Story by Marieke Nijkamp. And you're submitting some books for points. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I did start this today. I had a very early day today. I got up around 7 a.m. because, and I will talk to this once everybody's kind of in and settled, but I have some very exciting things happening later today, so I had to get an early start this morning, and I got back around 8, and then I was going to have the car left here. My husband was going to get picked up by one of his coworkers, but it turned out he needed to actually take the car, so he took it after I had got back from doing grocery shopping and putting gas in the car and stuff. So this morning for the first 4 hours from 8 to about 11:30-ish, I sat and I did my own reading sprints. So I'm going to be basically marathoning books the last couple days here of the month. So very excited. I'm currently on page 117 of this. I'm about a third of the way through. And I think that with sprints that we'll be doing today as a group, I should be able to maybe get 2/3 of the way through this. And then my hope is that tonight I can get through the rest of it today, because this book is only 355 pages. So it's not super long. It is manageable for me to get this done in the entire day, but I don't know. It's going to depend on how things this evening go. Because again, I've got some fun things going on today that I'll share with you guys in a little bit, but very excited. So we are going to have a TikTok that's going to basically announce how the leaderboard is, but it's going to be later in the day. So currently how it stands, actually, I'll pull up the spreadsheet one instead of the one on Discord, because this is not fully updated, or it might not be. Currently, the Greek team is in the lead. They have surpassed the Norse team with over 1,000 points average. And the Egyptian team, my team, has actually been steadily getting closer and closer to closing the gap. We are less than 100 points between us and the Norse team in terms of average. So we're getting there, and we have about 151 points essentially between us and the Greek team. So we're not that far off from everybody. We're getting steadily closer and closer. So I think that it's going to come down to this last week, seeing how things are going to go, which is always really fun, because especially when we've got teams that are starting to get really close to each other with their averages, it's always exciting to see that kind of back and forth nature going on. So for those of you that don't know how I do reading sprints, I basically do what are essentially dice sprints. Now, if you're familiar with Becca in the books and how she does dice sprints in terms of Bookopoly and Bookoplathon, how her reading challenges are set up, this is similar, except instead of using a 6-sided die, I use a 12-sided die. Each number it basically is worth 5 minutes. So if we roll a 1, it would be a 5-minute sprint, all the way up to 12, which would be a full hour of sprints. Now, I'm going to make it certain that the warm-up sprint is not any less than 5 minutes, but not more than 30, because I know everybody, some people might be getting to read for the first time today. So I don't want to overwhelm people by starting off with an hour sprint. And like I said, I've already also been reading for about basically 3.5 hours this day. So I need a little bit of a shorter sprint myself to kind of get me in a groove. So we will roll for this in just a minute. Just checking my phone because I've got food on the way. Should be here probably in about 10 minutes or so. So I may have to hop out for just a hot second to get that. But how are you guys enjoying the readathon? We've got a few minutes before we'll start the first sprint. We're going to start about quarter after. So how are you guys enjoying the readathon? Are you guys doing okay? Do you guys have any questions? Anything you want to talk about? How your books are going? What's going on? What's going on with everybody? I feel like I've been kind of not absent, but I've definitely not been doing as well with my reading as I probably have wanted to, just because this past month has been a little crazy for me. And it's not going to get much different, considering what I'm going to be doing today is going to basically change my entire life. So, and I think I may share what that is before the first sprint if you guys want to hear the good news, because it's very good news. It's very exciting things. And I know some people are going to be super excited for what's going to happen. This is the first time I've been working during a readathon, so I've been way less productive than usual. Yeah, I do remember you saying that in the Discord, that, you know, you were really struggling with being able to balance stuff. I hope that that gets better. And I know, like, especially when I started working a full-time job, and even when I was in college and trying to read, like, and balance my life with that, it was really difficult. So I do not blame you. But I know that especially after this round, it's going to be a piece of cake. You're going to figure out how to do it. And especially since the next round is going to be in the summer, you're going to probably have a lot more productivity during the summer readathon that we're doing. And I am going to say right now, for those of you that are here, there are going to be some interesting things happening with the summer round. We're going to have some changes. We're going to have maybe some things going on between now and then. So keep your eyes peeled for stuff, and make sure to pay attention to our Discord, because we're going to have a lot of information coming out in the next, following months, weeks, pertaining to the readathon, because we've got a lot of people have been asking for us to do more things in between the big readathons. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But with 4 minutes until our first sprint, you guys want to know what's going to be going on today? You guys want to know what I'm going to be doing that's going to change my life? I don't know if you're ready for this. I don't know if you're ready. All right, here we go. I'm getting a puppy. I'm getting a puppy today. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So my husband and I have been talking for years about getting a dog. And if you guys have kind of been here with me on sprints, or you've been seeing my vlogs, you might know that I lost my 2 pet rats earlier this month. We had to put them down. And it was really hard for us because they were our babies. And Christmas, my big present from Robert was that he basically had thought that because I was going to need a companion while I'm home working and being alone, and because the rats were going to have to be put down, it might be a good time for us to start thinking about getting a dog. And what was interesting too, I know they were so sweet. They were the best babies I could have ever asked for. And they were my first rats I ever had. So they were just absolutely amazing. And it was so awful to lose them. Like I had like footage of me just sobbing. Like one of my vlogs that had happened this month was me just basically sobbing the entire time. And it was a really rough week for me. But we decided that we were going to get a dog. And thankfully, the person that my father-in-law got his 1-year-old puppy from had another litter. And so we're going to get him from them, and we're getting them for a really good price. And I don't necessarily like getting, like, he's not a breeder of any kind. I would have much preferred them to come from a shelter, but this person is well known by my husband. He knows this guy. He's grown up with him, whatever. So we trust him. And it's going to be a little white German Shepherd, and his name is going to be Oscar. I'm so sad that I can't show him to you guys, because I was thinking that if I was going to be streaming tonight, I'd be able to show him to you guys, but things kind of changed last minute where my husband was going to have to go into work today and, everything. So the time to go get him basically had changed multiple times over the course of the day yesterday, which is why the time of the stream was going to change multiple times. And I believe my food has arrived. So we're going to roll real quick and get started with the first sprint. So we're going to roll and see what we get. I'm going to take my other little dice out because I don't need this. So again, we're going to see in increments of 5 how long our sprint is going to be. So yeah, but that's my big news. I'm getting a puppy. Super, super excited. And you guys are going to see pictures. Don't worry. I will be showing all kinds of pictures of him later. So here we go. Okay, that's way too much. That's more like a 50-minute sprint. I'm not doing 50 minutes right off the bat. And again, that was a 10. No, we're not doing that. And that's the third 10 I've rolled. What the heck? What's going on? Okay, 5. There we go. So 5 times 5 is 25. So our first sprint is going to be 25 minutes. And I'm going to go grab my food and start eating because I'm starving. But I will get our timer all set up for everybody to see. And we will get started. One moment. Come on now. Oh, there we go. I got to do, I keep forgetting I have to share my screen to be able to get this to work. So there we go. We're going to do that instead. All right. So 25 minutes of reading. Let's go. Hello. Okay, so I did go over like a few seconds because I had like one paragraph left in this chapter before I could stop. So, gosh, how many pages did I get through? I think like 17 pages in that time. So not too bad. I'm on chapter 16 of this right now, and I'm like, seriously, I'm loving this. And not just because like it's a Critical Role book, which if you know anything about me, I am obsessed with Critical Role and everything to do with it. So this is just making me super happy because this is like an origin story of two of my favorite characters from the Vox Machina campaign. So yeah. Anyway, how did you guys do with that? We can get started with the next sprint real quick, like at 45. And I will roll right now for that. Facebook group called Canine Enrichment Ideas that will be really helpful in getting Oscar settled and preventing some naughty behaviors. Okay, I will definitely look into that. Thank you very much for that. Because he's going to be like a puppy, like a couple months old. So I want to like try to train him the best I can. Like I've got some videos in mind to like help me with figuring out how to train him. Because I know German Shepherds can be very, very high energy and very stubborn. But I'm hoping that it'll go well. And hello, Susie. No worries. Probably can get in on this next sprint, which I'm going to roll for right now. And okay, I think I'm going to do away with ones because I just rolled a 1. And I don't like the idea of a 5-minute sprint. Genuinely, like I feel like that's not enough time. So we're going to roll again. We're going to get rid of the 1s and not do those because I just feel like that's kind of silly. Okay, here we go. So rolled a 7. So that is a 35-minute sprint. So at 45, we will read for 35 minutes, which will put us at 20 of the next hour. So yay. Hope you guys are enjoying what you're reading. I'm definitely, like I said, enjoying mine. It's so, so, so fun. I'm just having a grand old time with it, genuinely. So, okay. Checking everything to make sure it's all good to go. So, yeah. Hi, Liv. How are you? What are you reading today? We are going to be starting the next sprint here in like 2 minutes. So you're just in time. We're going to be doing a 35-minute sprint. So I'm going to create a banner real quick just so that I have it ready. There we go. Okay. So we're going to move that. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how the rest of this readathon is going to go. It's seeming like it's going to be a really close race. I'm okay. I'm finishing up The Jewel of 7 Stars by Bram Stoker. No way, dude. I'm wearing a mummy shirt right now. What? Did you like psychically just completely see what was going on with me today? The Mummy is like my favorite movie of all time, and it actually says the Mummy 1999 is perfect. I didn't know that was a book by Bram Stoker. Oh my God, I need to like add that to my wish list immediately because I had no clue that was the book that inspired the Mummy. And I'm assuming it's specifically the 1930s version, which the 1999 version was inspired by, and it was technically a remake of. Oh my gosh, that is so awesome. I'm so excited to see that. Also, fun fact, I have a tattoo right here, and this is mummy inspired. And this, in Egyptian, is the word rise, which is used quite often in the Mummy movie. If anybody else is not familiar, basically when they do the spell work, a lot of the words that they use is a word called Yatuai, which is rise. Book was written in 1906, a second version in 1912. Dude, I gotta get this. I gotta add that to my wish list immediately because as soon as I'm done with my book buying ban, I am copping that so quick. Okay, but we just run over a little on time, which is fine, but I'm so excited for that. I love it so much. Okay. Whew. Let's calm down a little. Let's calm down. Let's get ready with this next sprint, all right? Everybody, 35 minutes will go basically to about the 21-minute mark of the next hour, all right? And we will continue discussing more of things relating to maybe the mummy or whatever it is that we want to talk about. So, all right, and start. Hi, guys. Okay, so I got about 20 pages read, and then I was putting in points for somebody that sent in points. So, all right, first of all, get something called Dactyl. Comes as a plug-in diffuser spray and a collar. It is made of calming pheromones. A little expensive, but worked great for our great Pyrenees when we got her. Okay, good. I will definitely look into that as well. Liv, you're fine. It's fine if we started late. It does not matter. I agree. He is a national treasure of all sorts. Brendan Fraser is my love. Hold on. He is the love of my life. Always will be. So, okay, dinner's ready. So you'll be working on a new audiobook. What audiobook are you going to be working on, Susie? Local libraries AV sale. That sounds like fun. Love that. Yeah, did you find anything good? Like, what'd you get? Scored a ton of Sesame Street and The Life of the Baby and tons of teen audiobooks for the older kids. Paid $4 for 40 things. Dude, that's awesome. Love that. That is amazing. I am so happy that you had a good time. And you found a lot of good stuff for your kiddos. That's awesome. All right, so how's everybody doing? You guys need a break? Do you need to go get a snack? What, you guys good? Probably start the next one at the 30-minute mark. Yeah, so super duper happy with how things have been going for me. I'm kind of doing a marathon of reading for the next few days to try to finish my TBR. Started of Beatles and Angels by Mani Asgadum. I don't know if that's how you pronounce their name, but all right. Doing good. Good to hear it, Liv. And reading The 10,000 Doors of January. I have heard that is absolutely amazing. I hope you enjoy it. For those of you that did not hear me, what I was working on, I'm currently working on the Critical Role Vox Machina Kith and Kin book by Marieke Nijkamp. This is the origin story of two main characters from the Critical Role Vox Machina D&D campaign. If you don't know who Critical Role are, they've been around on YouTube for a while as a big D&D community, and I'm in love with them. I got into them over the summer, and I have been obsessed with them ever since. And like I said, this is an origin story basically of two of the main characters from that campaign. And it's so awesome because I'm listening to the audiobook with this. And so not only do you have the two people that played these characters originally in the D&D campaign voicing their own characters, but you also have another person, Robbie Damon, who is the main narrator, and he is actually a part of Critical Role's current campaign. And he joined in over the summer. And so to hear not only his beautiful voice narrating the story, but to hear Liam O'Brien and Laura Bailey, who are both really well-known voice actors, playing their own characters in this story and voicing their dialogue, it's absolutely amazing. It is probably my favorite audiobook thus far, but I think I'm a little biased because I love everything to do with Critical Role. But this is actually really interesting if you're interested in learning about any of the characters of the Vox Machina campaign, which was their very first one. So it's Maui Asgadum. Interesting. I've never heard of them. 10,000 Doors is now picking up, but the first 100-something pages were really slow. Okay. That's good. I'm glad that it's starting to pick up for you. Yeah, this one, mine is actually from the very beginning, the first chapter after the prologue was pretty intense. The first chapter, you see the two characters, Vaxildan and Vaxalia, fighting against a bunch of giant spiders. And trigger warning for those of you that have arachnophobia, but it was freaking badass and the best way to start off the story with these two characters. So, all right, so let's go ahead and do another roll for the next sprint. Okay, so this one's going to be a short one. We're going to do a 10-minute sprint because we landed on a 2. So it's going to be a very short sprint. So we'll go from the 30-minute mark to the 40-minute mark. I am hoping that I will be able to get through the rest of this today, probably get to about 2/3 of the way through this by the end of sprints. And then when we get back from getting the puppy, because we're going to go get the puppy, go get stuff for him, and then we're going to go see my parents because my parents want to meet him, and we want to be able to start getting him socialized with my parents' dog, who's like 3 years old, and she definitely needs a buddy. So we're going to try to get her socialized with him so that we have, whenever we go over to my parents' house, we can start kind of having some place to go. About halfway through A Good Kind of Trouble by Lisa Moore Ramey. It's a middle grade novel with a Black protagonist that focuses on friendship, relationships, family, and race. Oh, I love that, especially with a middle grade book. That's amazing. See, I love how middle grade and even young adult in a lot of ways are just, they're getting so good about having more authors of color that are involved in this. Like, it makes me so happy to see. Yeah, puppies. So I talked about this at the very beginning of the stream, but my husband and I have been talking about getting a dog for a long time, like ever since we were like together for about 2 years. And we just never had the time. We didn't have the right place to like be able to get a dog. And then we had a pair of rats that we had basically taken in because the friend that we had that had them didn't necessarily want them anymore. So we took them in, and unfortunately a couple weeks ago we had to put them down. And essentially in anticipation of their being put down, my husband for Christmas basically said we were going to be getting a dog, got like a harness and a leash for me, and put it in a box so that I could open that up for Christmas. So this has been like something we've been wanting to like officially do for a month, and we finally got the approval from our landlord this week. So we're going to go pick him up today after Robert gets home from work. Halfway through Howl's Moving Castle, hoping to finish it today. I have heard nothing but good things about that, and especially the Studio Ghibli cartoon. Like, I like Studio Ghibli. I've watched a couple cartoons, and I've heard that that one's like one of the best ones. I know, thank you so much. I'm so excited, and like I was really excited to like show you guys him if I was to be doing this stream later in the day, but then yesterday, like the time kept changing constantly because he ended up getting pulled into work today for his actual like first day of a new position he's taking on. So, which is good. Like, it's a really good thing. And he got a pay raise with it, which was amazing. But it meant that he had to come in today. So we had to push back the time we were going to go pick him up. So I thought I was going to be home by like this evening, and it's going to be later in the day kind of thing. So I wanted to get this stream done while he was at work so that I could still have my reading sprints with you guys, because I was going to feel so sad if I missed out on sprints. But yeah, so you guys will get to see pictures. Don't worry, there will be pictures coming on the Discord, and you guys are going to be able to see him in my vlog that's going to come out next week. I'm so jazzed. And like the best thing too is that, especially since I work from home, I get really lonely, which is why I loved having the rats in here in this office. And since they've been gone, I've been so like sad. Like, it's so weird to not have their cage in here anymore. And so having this little perfect little German Shepherd baby, who is, by the way, the runt of the litter, I'm just so excited to have him run around here and hang out with me here in the office during the day. So yeah, puppy pictures. Yes, it can be really tough. I showcased in one of the first vlogs I had for this month of me openly sobbing. And I did that because I wanted to I was going through a lot of things that week in particular, but I felt like it was important to really showcase that, like, you know, people that are on the internet, they don't always show everything in terms of like the things that they go through and the grief they feel, but sometimes you can still tell that something's not right. And this year, I really made it a point that I want to be more genuine, and I really wanted to be more open about how I feel, because I feel like while I necessarily wasn't not being genuine, I definitely was holding back a lot of things. And I didn't want to do that anymore. I wanted to be as open as I possibly could. So I openly cried multiple times over the course of that week and talked through my vlog to you guys, because I felt like that was a good way for me to have a bit of catharsis, if you will. And I'm feeling much better now. But it was definitely something I thought was weird because I've never been that vulnerable. And I've gotten nothing but great things and comments from people, that have seen the video. So I greatly appreciate it. Okay, so we've gone over a little bit, but I'm fine with talking a little bit more. So we'll start at the 40-minute mark and do our 10-minute sprint from there. So German Shepherds are so cute. I agree. They have super sharp noses. I'm super excited because I had cousins who had German Shepherds growing up. And so I'm fairly familiar with how they are. And my father-in-law also has a 1-year-old German Shepherd that he got from the same person that we are getting ours. And as much as I don't like the idea of, a breeder in particular, this is a family friend. It's very ethical. He doesn't hurt them. And it's more of his dogs just have puppies and he's like, well, crap, what do I do with them? I can't have them here. They're too much. But he doesn't want to he doesn't want to just give them away either, kind of thing. I would have preferred going through a shelter and my husband would have too, but it kind of was just a perfect scenario for us. I agree. It's the best way to be is being authentic because at the end of the day, if people are going to be so mean about somebody being vulnerable and genuine about some of their life experience, those people are just bad people in general. I think that I hate when I see people who leave mean comments about somebody openly crying about something that is genuinely sad, that hurts, and they want to showcase their grief because they want other people to understand that they're not alone with how they feel when they lose family members or pets, those kinds of people that leave the mean comments about the fact, you shouldn't be crying. It's so unattractive for you to sit there and cry and all these things. Those kinds of people are just assholes in general, truthfully. And I don't want people to think that that's okay. I want people to be able to see that and say, wow, somebody is genuinely wanting to showcase their life experience and showcase that it is okay to feel sad and grieve when you lose something so close to you like that. Reading Paranesi by Susanna Clark. I have heard that is amazing. I am so happy you're loving it. I don't think I have that on my Kindle, but I think it's on my wish list. So that is one of the authors, though, I've heard a lot of good things about. So I really hope you continue to love it. And yes, screw those people. Screw those people who want to be mean and just, say that crying's unattractive and you need to buck up and all these things. People have emotions and people go through, really hard things. And especially somebody like me, I have a hard time with keeping my emotions in in general. It is very hard for me to showcase how I truly feel because I am so afraid of how people normally will perceive me, how they will act, because I might be overreacting or whatever it is, because I'm a woman, because, whatever the hell that, they want to say about me. And I've really made it a point that in order to help maintain, for one, my mental health and feel like I'm genuinely being who I am, I can't let that shit fly anymore. There are some seriously toxic people out there. It takes courage to show your heart. Good for you. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't got any negative comments on that video as of yet. And it was so sweet because somebody who came in to watch one of my videos, it was a review, I think, for New Spring by Robert Jordan. They were genuinely super nice on that review by itself. When I made some mistakes or I had some things I said about it, because I didn't understand the book very well when I made that video. And I even said that I feel like I lost a lot of the story initially. That person had, I guess, subscribed at that point watching that video. And then he had left a comment on the video, on the vlog that I'm talking about. And he's like, I really enjoyed watching your whole personal experience with not just the crying stuff, but then the cooking montage and the reading sprints and all that. It's just really fun to watch somebody basically show their day to day and to feel that vulnerable, it was just a really sweet comment from somebody I didn't think that really would have said something like that, being so new. So that I think really made it apparent to me that I had done the right thing by showcasing that. And I feel so much better having done that, because I feel like I said, I showed who I am and myself. So that's kind of where I'm at. And like I said, I've been feeling a lot better. It still really hurts. And I've had a lot of things this month where it's been some form of grief or closing. And it's been really weird. Like, but at the same time, like, it's kind of one of those things where I feel like this month in particular is kind of setting me up for the rest of the year or the rest of what's going to be my life. Because while I may have gone through a lot of grief and a lot of sadness, there's a lot of things also that are coming in that are like, it's almost like as if it's like a reward for having gone through the tough things. Because for one, I finished therapy this month, which was amazing. And I feel so much better. And I feel like I'm actually like who I'm meant to be now. And I'm getting creative again. I'm feeling like all that energy come back. I feel like, the puppy is a huge thing. Like, it's a new part of my life that's going to actually help my husband and I with figuring out how we can handle something that is like outside of ourselves in preparation for possibly starting a family in the next couple of years. Because that was one of the things we wanted to do with this puppy was, if we've got something so little to take care of that can't take care of itself in a lot of ways, that's going to help us figure out how we can handle having a child if we decide to have children. And then two, like I said, my husband just got basically promoted and has a pay raise. So I feel like as much as the negative stuff I've dealt with in the last couple of weeks, I feel like somewhere in the universe, somebody is saying like, hey, you dealt with all of this. We're going to cut you a few breaks and like, you're going to get rewarded for all of the negativity and the sadness you felt. So, like, I feel like that's a good message for anybody. If you're dealing with a lot of stuff currently, like you're feeling really bad about how things are going, it's not going to last forever. Like, you're going to have moments in parts of your life that are going to be really not okay. And as much as I don't want to be one of those people where like, it's just all going to be okay, it's just all going to work out by itself. Like, it isn't going to last forever. Like, you might be suffering right now, but you are going to reach that light at the end of the tunnel. You will eventually get through what it is you're going through. You just kind of have to allow yourself to feel. Don't stay in it though. And that's one of the things I feel like I've learned is don't stay in that sadness. Don't stay in that negativity. Try to do what you can. And if you can't do anything, let it roll through you, because sometimes the letting it roll through you is a little bit better than just staying with a negative feeling, because I think that's going to be what is going to hurt more than anything. I really appreciate you guys like saying such sweet things. And like, yes, I've done my time. And I know you guys, like I had sent, when the rats had been put down, like it was really awful. And I only took like that evening off, but I needed to take that evening off and then kind of get back to it, because if I stayed with that grief for too long, I was going to go insane. So I really appreciate how kind you guys have been with me for that. And I know that, the other battle masters, like they were super awesome about it too. So if you guys have ever any like issues, things that are coming up that you just need to vent with, like we are all here. We are all here for you. So please, like, don't hesitate to reach out to any of us. Like, especially me, like I am somebody who, if you need to like vent for a little while and you want to get on like the voice chat or something with me, let's do it. Like, let me listen to what you got to say. And if you want advice, if you want something from it, I will be there for you. But, if you just need to vent, you need to vent, it's kind of it. Okay, again, went over, but we're going to get started with the next sprint here. So I'm just going to adjust our timer again real quick. Alrighty, let me showcase this. So we're going to do 10 minutes. Cried for like 3 months after having to let go of my cat. Oh my gosh, Susie, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry you lost your cat. See, and that's something I think that people don't always 100% understand, because if they're not pet owners, you know, if you don't have a pet, you don't know how hard it is to lose them. I'm not going to get into that. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to start crying. I'm not doing that today. We're not doing it. Okay. Whew. All right. We are going to get through another 10 minutes of sprints. I'm going to, though, use this time to catch up on the points and stuff because I need to. But everybody else, 10 minutes of reading. We're going to go to about 52. All right. Let's go. 10 minutes. Susie, I am so sorry about you losing your baby, especially being so young. I'm so sorry that the vet made a mistake. Like, that's hard. That's really hard. I mean, it's one thing for an animal to go because they're old, but it's another when, like, there's something seriously wrong and you can't do anything to fix it, you know? Oh, that's so hard. I wish I could give you a hug, truthfully. Like, I just want to, like, wrap my arms around you and squeeze you so hard. Because, like, I miss my baby so much. And they died because they were old and they had tumors. And they usually get tumors because they reach a certain age and their bodies just, like, deteriorate. God, that's so awful. I'm so sorry. Yes, on to happier things. I agree. But, you know, my point being made, you guys are safe with me and the other battle masters. Like, I am going to say now that, like, Liv and Adri and Megan too. I've known Megan my whole life. Like, she's actually our clock watcher. She's, like, actually been one of my best friends since actually technically before I was even born. But Liv and Adri specifically, like, I have never felt so safe with a group of friends like I have with them. They are incredibly understanding, especially when I tend to go ghost sometimes. Read 11 pages and I just can't continue reading, or else I'll lose sleep. That's okay. Maybe it's time to go to bed. But no, like, they are so absolutely amazing. So I believe in the bottom of my heart and in every fiber of my being, you guys are safe with us. If you have something that you just need to, like, vent about or just talk to somebody about to get their ideas on it, like, please feel free to reach out. I'm telling you guys right now, I mean, I might not respond right away because I do have, you know, a full-time job, but I will do my best to, you know, talk to you guys and help you through what you might be going through. Because honestly, like, I know what it's like to feel like you don't have a safe space and you don't have, you know, some people to go to. I agree. It is such a great community. Like, the three of us that, like, basically took on this readathon, we wanted it to be that safe a space. And I mean, I don't know how many of you that are here know, I mean, I think Caitlin, you might remember, because I think you've been with us since the very beginning, maybe Susie too, I don't remember. But we actually started off as a Harry Potter based readathon. And this was back when we had Ara, who was also one of our leaders. And not this past summer, but in 2020, when all of that stuff about the author who shall not be named, when all that stuff came out about her, we're in the middle of the readathon. So we decided that in 2021, we wanted it to be where we were going to completely rebrand so that we felt like we had a safe community. We didn't want to oust people that might be, you know, trans or whatever, and feel like their voices weren't heard. Started the first time it was okay. I couldn't remember if you were or not. But yeah, we really had a hard time coming to that decision because we also knew there were some people who still wanted it to be House Cupathon. Yes, I know, Caitlin, I know you were there at least for House Cupathon in some iteration of it, but it was not the first one, because the first one was a train wreck in a lot of ways, I think. But we really wanted specifically to make this a community that everybody felt safe in. And we didn't think that it was in our best interest in terms of making it feel safe to continue with something that was very touchy for a lot of people. I know I am still a fan of the series as something that is nostalgic for me, in terms of the fact that like it really got me started in a lot of ways with reading. But I cannot ignore the fact that there's a lot of issues with the books themselves apart from the author. And I do have a tattoo of the Deathly Hallows sign. I had that tattooed on me before any of that stuff happened. I got this when I was like 19, maybe 20 years old. And I don't regret that I have it. I am sad that the series does not live up to my expectations now in a lot of ways. I do still have, merchandise that family members have bought for me over the years. I don't like to showcase it all that much because it's not something that I am comfortable with. But I try to advocate in a lot of ways, and we as a team want to advocate that we do respect people who are trans people and, whatever community you might be a part of. And so we created this space so that we could make that, apparent to people. And so if you guys have anything you need to discuss, with us, please feel free to. Feel free to reach out to me anytime, because and especially if it's something that is part of the readathon that you guys might have issues with or whatever it may be, it doesn't matter to me, at least. I want to make sure you guys feel heard and you guys feel safe, because again, I know what it feels like to not feel that way. And I hate that feeling. And I don't want anybody here who is here to just enjoy being with other bookish people and having a good time. I don't want you guys to feel like you can't say something to any of us. And I really hope that, you guys take me up on that. I hope you guys, whatever it may be, just talk to me. Let me know if something is bothering you that you need to talk about with somebody. And we have the surveys at the very end of the readathon, which should be going out next week, because next weekend, I'll let you guys know now, next Saturday is going to be our live show, official live show for the end of the readathon. So we're going to have a survey coming out shortly after that, probably on the 30th. And so you guys can tell us there, be as honest as you can about what do we need to change? What do we need to do to make this a better community? Because we're always looking for, I just whacked myself in the corner of my book. Please feel free to let us know anything you guys might have issues with, things that you want to change. Hi, Princess, you're fine. We're just talking about, this being a very safe community, and just how we all have things that we go through, and that, because this month was kind of goofy for me. I know, how can it be the end of the month? What? Oh, yeah, hitting the books, literally. I whacked my wrist on it. But basically, we're just talking about the fact that this is become such a very nice, welcome, warm community. And I've just been extending, my love to everybody. Oh, you just woke up. That's okay. It's 11 o'clock there. It's a Saturday. You're allowed to, just be waking up. It bothers me that my boss won't accept I want to stay home to read as a reason to take time off. Yes, I love it. Truthfully, I wish I could do the same thing. My boss would not be okay with that either. However, I could take PTO and they just wouldn't know that I wanted to do that. So if you got PTO, use it. Use that as an excuse. There you go. I'm sure you do have a lot of stuff to do today, but you deserve rest, my love. You deserve rest. If you slept in this late, it means your body needed it. Whether you think it didn't, it did. Because if you're sleeping that late in the day, that happens to me actually more often than I'd like to admit. I tend to sleep in a lot on the weekends because my body and my mind are so exhausted. So take that time to oh my God, yeah, you're going through school, filming, all your reading. You need to be able to rest, princess. Seriously, go, like, don't feel bad about sleeping in. Don't feel bad because you got to take care of you. It's like that TikTok sound. I got to put me first. I got to put me first, Lucius. I'm a right-leaning, politically homeless person, so I'm kind of used to being in a minority on AuthorTube and BookTube. I'm okay with people disagreeing me. I like hearing different opinions. And that's the thing. If you're somebody who like has a very has your own set of ways of thinking, whatever it may be, you should still be open to hearing other opinions and hearing people because, like your experience is not the only experience. Like you got to do what you think might be best for you. But if that means that you also can't hear what other people are saying and have your mind opened by other people, like that's where my issue lies. Like, I don't necessarily have, one perfect way of looking at things. My thoughts on different areas will just change from day to day because new information comes in, new experiences come in for me, whether they're my own or from other people. So I always try to remain open, and I wish other people could be the same. And I wish that we could have more civilized debates on things, because I think there's a lot of people who, whether you're left, right, middle, wherever the hell you are on the spectrum of anything, you can't be so stuck in your ways. You can't see and understand that everybody doesn't have the same experience. Fortunately, my contract is only sick time. Although if I show symptoms of the plague, I have to stay home for 5 days. Perhaps I have a headache. I mean, I'm not telling you shouldn't, but make sure that you're okay. Like, genuinely, like, I think I might cancel my sprints tomorrow. I don't know. I have a lot going on, like an essay due on Wednesday. Girl, you do what you need to do. You have also a community. Okay, princess, like, you have a community too. We get it. I know I'm saying it like I'm the whole community, but I've seen everybody in your sprints, in your live streams. We get it. You've got a lot of shit going on. Like, you have that ability to take care of yourself and do what you need to do. We will be okay. You can do what you gotta do. I am a part of your community, yes, but I'm just saying, like, I'm saying it right here, just me, as if I am the entire community. But, like, genuinely, I have not seen a single person in your community that doesn't understand that you have a lot that you're dealing with. And I think that is super awesome, because you have so much going on and you should be able to take those rest days. Like, if you have to sacrifice your reading time to get your homework done, or at least sacrifice the sprint time to get your reading done or get your homework done so that you could, do sprints, later in the day or whatever the case may be, you should be able to do that. You have to do what is going to be best for your sanity. And I think that everybody in your community understands that, because we all go through the same kind of things in some ways. We all have some kind of full-time job, families, school, whatever it may be. Like, I'm going to be super busy with my puppy. Like, he's going to probably be taking up a lot of my time, and that's okay. I took that on because I wanted to have a puppy. And I knew what I was getting into. So there may be times where I'm not filming, but for my sanity, that's what I've got to do. Is you got to do what you got to do. Okay? Don't let nobody tell you different. Oh boy, I'm getting sassy. Whew. Yeah, so wow, I just went on like 5 different tangents there. This is what happens when I get on streams. I mean, Princess will tell you, if you're a part of my Twitch streams, I will get heated about stuff that I am passionate about. And I'm very passionate about a lot of things. So, oh boy, like I think it was, what was it, Thursday? Yeah, I was on stream and I got in a whole heated like rant about the gaming community and how, like, especially with females, like how toxic it can be. Thank you. I appreciate that you love my streams, Princess. And I'm so happy that Mike could be a part of it. Like, it made me so happy to see him hanging out. But like, I get very passionate about a lot of things. And so then I get like distracted sometimes. So I'm like, oh, squirrel, shiny, something. Oh my gosh, like, where am I? This is very much my personality in general. And again, this is genuine me. Like, this is who I am as a person. Like, I can be chill, I can be calm, but this crazy woman right here as I vogue, this is me. I mean, for God's sake, I have a mummy t-shirt on. I'm a fangirl, I'm a nerd, I love life, okay? I love life and the things that are involved with it, especially my life. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. You throw a fit, be coming after you. Boy, oh boy. I'm glad you guys think I'm entertaining, because some days I feel like I'm just a big nerd sitting in the corner being like, hi. Yes, and like a mummy t-shirt and a tattoo, and I have more tattoos, guys. I have nerd tattoos. I have a Doctor Who tattoo. I got my Harry Potter one. I have a Lord of the Rings tattoo. I have my mummy, or I have not my mummy. This is the other one. I have my witchy tattoo because I'm also like a practicing witch. I'm very new at it. Like, I've only been doing it for about a year and some change, but I'm a witch, and I got a mummy tattoo. Like, I'm a lot. I am a lot of things. And, you know, I got right here a picture of me with one of my favorite vocalists from Ice Nine Kills. Like, I'm a huge metalhead too. So, like, this is like also one of my prized possessions. I got this over the summer because I met him, and I have right next to it a signed picture from that vocalist. So, like, this is like my little favorite corner in the world. I have a calendar sitting right here that is a Bookish-based calendar. This is my life. This is me. And now I feel like I'm going to be turning into Demi Lovato. This is me. I've had way too much caffeine, I think, today, guys. Oh, I don't think of myself sometimes as chaotic, but some days... days like today, I am very chaotic. I apologize. Okay. Woosa. Let's calm it down a little. Thank you. I appreciate that you guys like listening to me and like seeing me as I am, because God knows there's not many people that would. Do you do bullet journaling or any organizational? Yes, I do. It's not in here, obviously. It's sitting in the living room where I was reading earlier, but I have so many planners, it's ridiculous. Like, okay, this is like my little extra workstation kind of thing. I have like all kinds of pens. This entire bag is filled with pens and pencils and little sticky tabs and stuff for like annotating and doing notes and stuff. This is my day-to-day planner. It's a Disney-inspired one from the Happy Planner. Like, I have my to-do lists on here every single day. I have a tarot and other witchy-inspired planner that, like, I go through every day, and it has my moon phases and everything. And then I have my work planner that is like an hourly-based planner so that I can, like, keep track of my meetings and stuff like that I'm in. I have a budget planner for like bills and stuff. Like, I have so much, but I do have a bullet journal that is dedicated to my reading. It's like my reading journal. So yeah, I do have one. I don't share anything with it though, because I am not the most artistic person in the world. I am very, very bad at art-based things, in my opinion. And so I don't share it a lot, but I do have a bullet journal I keep for reading, yes. There's a game my burlesque group used to play called Don't Get Me Started. We would enjoy the adult beverage of choice, and then someone would give us a topic for us to rant on. That sounds like my kind of game. Please, I will do that. I will play that game. They used to just pass me a bottle of wine and keep giving me topics because they said I was entertaining. That is, okay, so that does sound like such an awesome game. I feel like though, like especially involving alcohol, that could go really bad really quick. And especially if you're somebody like me who, after I drink too much, can get a little sappy and a little sobby. We would have some issues. We'd have some issues. I'm just gonna say, yeah. So okay, I got this like at my local grocery store. So I don't know. I know Susie, you're in the Netherlands, but for anybody else that's interested, it is called the Book Club Calendar, and it looks like this. It's got basically like a stack of books here, and what's really cool is like it's kind of one of those things where like it's a book of the month based calendar. So you could like have one book dedicated every month, and like up here you'd list the title, author, all that stuff, and then like you'd even have ratings, and then each day you can mark off like how much time you read today and like how many pages you read. So I found this at my local grocery store. I'm sure that it might be available in other places, but it's called the Book Club Calendar. If you guys are interested. I just saw that it was bookish related, and then I'm like, mine, gimme, gimme, gimme. Okay. All right, so let's, I guess, get ready for our next sprint. I feel like I've been talking for a long time, which is fine. I have no issue with that personally, but I know that this is reading sprints time, so we should probably get to doing some reading. Okay, so we're going to do our next roll. Thank you. I love it. It's awesome. All right, so we'll start here in 1 minute, and let's see what we get. Oh, that did not land in my tray. I'm going to re-roll that. All right, so we landed on an 8, which means this sprint's going to be a little bit longer. We're going to go 40 minutes this time, okay? My baby's asleep. I got to crack the whip. Perfect timing. Okay. All right. 40 minutes. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to set up our timer for that. And we will get started. So everybody get your books, get your stuff, grab your snacks, whatever the heck you might need. And let's get started. Go. Hi guys. Okay, 40 minutes is done. So it took a little bit of a break partway through that to get some stuff around so that I was prepared for when Robert gets home, because he should be home in about an hour-ish. And then we have to get our car cleaned out quickly and then head out to go get the puppy. So I'm very excited. How did you guys do with that good, nice sprint, nice 40 minutes? I wasn't exactly keeping track, but I think it was like not quite 20 pages, almost. I think that's about all I got through that time, but that's okay, because like I said, I took a break partway through. So, also, Liv, because you were asking, I did also go grab my bullet journal that I use. So I just have like a little moleskin one. It's a very light purple. Ooh, 23 pages. Good job, Susie. And I decorated it with a bunch of stickers, all kinds of good stuff on the front and on the back. And then I'll show you kind of what I did. Again, I am not very good at, I'm not a good artist by any means. I did a very simple kind of spread, but I did something very fun for Battle of the Bookish. So I don't know how well you guys are going to be able to see that. Okay, that's good. So see that? I wrote all of my headers in Egyptian hieroglyphics. So it is a nice shade of lavender. I love it. Missed that whole sprint. My fiance needed me to put in our grocery order for this week, and then I ordered Uber Eats. Oh, well, that's fine. It's all good. Read around 30 pages. I forgot my exact starting page number. That's all right. But yeah, so I went through and like all of the page headers, like this one down here, you might not be able to see it very well, all in hieroglyphics. I basically looked it up on Google, found a translator, and I'm not the best artist, but I did the best I could. So I know what all of the sections are. For those of you that might be thinking, how can you tell what those things are? Because I obviously have the whole thing laid out to where like I could tell what was what. So yeah, that's basically it. And then I am going to have a couple spreads this month that are going to be 5-star review spreads, because I really liked that idea that I did, because I did it last year. And I'm going to do that. So I haven't quite made my February spreads as of yet, because I'm waiting until the end of the month. I don't think I'm going to have any other 5-star reads this month, except, well, I don't know, maybe, we'll see. But because I don't know how many more 5 stars I'm going to have this month, I'm going to hold off on doing anything with my February spread until probably like the 1st. So, but that's my bullet journal. That's the only one I have currently. I did last year have like 2 different bullet journals. I had more of a life-based one, and then I had my reading one, but I switched to a happy planner for basically my life one, because this has like just a really good layout. I like it a lot in terms of like what it has for my day-to-day. So I'm just going to check to make sure. I keep getting like notifications on my Discord and stuff. So like not like the desktop ones, but like I keep getting like, oh, hey, you have like things, people that added stuff in these chats on your Discord. So I'm like, ugh. I hate seeing the little red circle at the bottom. It's very annoying when I'm trying to do work and I'm like, what are people saying? All right, so we have about another hour left of the reading sprints. So it depends on what we roll exactly, but I think let's start at quarter after, give everybody a good chance. We didn't really take a formal break to get everybody to stand up, stretch, do what you need to do. So go ahead and do that. We will start up the next sprint around the 15-minute mark, just so that, everybody, like I said, can go do what they need to do. Like I need to like stretch and like crack my back because I've been sitting for a while. And like I got up and walked around for a minute to like get my stuff together. So I'm all set with my stretching and stuff. But if you guys need like to get another drink, a snack, whatever you need to do, go ahead and do it. And we're going to get started again at the 15-minute mark. So you got some time. But where I'm at, I'm on page 180. So I think I have passed the halfway point of this book, which is actually really good. I was hoping to either get about halfway or 2/3 of the way through this today before we headed out to get the puppy. So very happy with that progress. I actually stopped basically like at almost the end of a chapter, which was very annoying. Like I'm on this page here and I only had that much left of the chapter, but it happens. So it's all good. So what else is going on that I can tell you? Not a whole heck of a lot, other than going to get Oscar. There's not a lot in terms of my life that's different. I feel like ever since the beginning of the month, things had kind of changed, other than Robert getting his promotion. Not really a whole heck of a lot has changed. I do think that I can tell you a little bit about what we have in store, maybe. Like we'll have more to say, I think, next week at the live show, which I'm hoping that either Adri or Liv could join me in on that. I don't know. Liv has a 4-month-old, and so that takes up a lot of her time. Liv, as in one of our battle masters, by the way. She has a 4-month-old daughter, and she ends up having a lot of time that's dedicated to her. So as much as she's able to do points and stuff, she doesn't have a lot of time to do anything else. So I don't know if she'll be able to do the live show with me, but I hope Adri might be able to. But she also has kiddos that she has to run around with quite often. But because it's next Saturday, hopefully we can get something where it's not going to be just me. But if it is just me, I'm fine with that. I don't mind. What we're going to also be doing on the live show is, again, more reading sprints, because it will be, I know, live not miles, exactly. So we're going to obviously be doing reading sprints. I just don't know if there's going to be anything else in terms of like, we might play some games. I'll try to come up with something in terms of stuff to do during the live show. It's probably going to be about as long as like our normal reading sprints. But if you guys have any ideas in terms of what you would want us to do, if you've got games that we can play, whatever it is, let us know. Like, let us know what you guys might be able to, let me know what you guys would be interested in doing, because when we used to do the live shows with the House Cupathon, it usually was a trivia-based game based on the Harry Potter book that we read at that time. But with these live shows, we haven't really figured out what exactly we want to do in terms of activities other than reading sprints. So if you guys think of anything, let me know. We'll see if we can get those in there. And then, like I said, the 30th, we should be getting the surveys out for everybody. And we would ask that for the surveys, you guys try to get them in before the end of the readathon. So like before the end of the 31st in your guys' time zones, just so that like we know that we got everybody there. Like the Harry Potter trivia we did, but obviously we aren't Harry Potter themed. Yeah, exactly. Like that's kind of where I'm like, I don't know what to do, because I can't, and we don't all have a group book that we do, because the group book idea doesn't make sense for all of us, because it also like, it's not as inclusive, like, because we knew that people for each of the teams wouldn't always have the same availability of certain books. So we didn't think a group book would necessarily be a good idea. So I'm kind of like, well, what do we do then in terms of stuff for a live show? So reading sprints are always good, but you know, we could do other things as well. The other thing I think I should say is, because we're getting close to the end of the month, make sure that you guys are getting your books in. If you haven't got your books in some time, here's your reminder to get those points in, because it's going to be really important going into the end of the month that those points are in. You have until the end of the 31st in your time zone. So midnight on February 1st in your time zone is the deadline to get your points in for your books. In addition to that, make sure that when you fill out, the point redemption stuff, if your books count for prompts, make sure you list those, because the MVP competition that is going on is going to be for people who have completed not only all of their team prompts, but also all of their general prompts. So if you've completed all 10 prompts that are associated with this readathon, you will be put into a drawing for the MVP spot for your team. We're going to have 3 winners, one for the Egyptian team, one for the Greek team, and one for the Norse team. Now, in the event that for some reason one team doesn't have anybody that didn't, not everybody completed all 10 prompts. If a team has basically that setup where there's people that might have already completed all their team prompts, but nobody completed all the general ones, we are saying that we will do a drawing for the ones that did all of the team prompts. So there is that. If you think that you're not going to have time to get done with all the general prompts, I think as of now, the Egyptian team does not have anybody that's completed all of their general prompts, but we have several people who've completed the team prompts. Those people that completed the team prompts will be able to be drawn instead for the MVP spot. But I believe both the Norse and the Greek team have at least one person that has completed all of the team and general prompts. Love more games and challenges, especially for people who may not read as much as others but still want to participate in challenges. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's one thing that we wanted to try. We definitely wanted to keep trying to do. The Instagram challenges, I know we had done in the past, and we kind of fell through with that this month. And that is, I think, just purely based on we didn't have as much time as we thought we were going to pay attention to the Instagram. I think that we spent a little too much time preparing for the TikTok thing, and that still fell through because we haven't had a lot of ideas in terms of what to do with TikTok, because BookTok is very limited in the types of content. So we're still working out some kinks. We're still trying to figure some stuff out. But yeah, when we get those surveys out, please feel free to list any ideas, suggestions, for challenges, games, whatever it may be, so that we know kind of what you guys are looking for. Susie, so yes, for the MVP one, you will have to have had all the general and your specific team prompts. It's good that you're doing the other team prompts because that gets you more points. But like I said, as it stands now, the Egyptian team, which I know you're on my team, as it stands, we don't have anybody that has completed all of the general prompts. So if that stays the same for the rest of the month, you would still be in the running because you've completed all your team prompts. So the idea is that basically if we just have everybody that read all their team prompts, but there's still nobody that's completed all the general ones, everyone that read the team prompts would be the ones put in that drawing. So you would still be fine, but I would suggest to get your general prompts done if you can. It's totally fine if you can't. We have, like I said, workarounds, but that is the way we wanted it to be, was where, team and general prompts were all completed. So, yeah, so I think other than that, I think that's all I had in terms of readathon stuff I needed to make sure I said. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I know I did say it briefly that we are planning on doing more things in between, because we do these twice a year. We are, general prompts are pretty easy to tick off. Yeah, I would agree. They're really easy to, just because you can kind of find and that's kind of what we wanted it to be, was where the general prompts would definitely be a lot easier for a lot of people to find stuff to fit them, but then the team prompts might be a little bit more specific and a little bit harder to find sometimes. So I think I think you can do it, Susie. I just, it's got to be like, what can I fit this for? Kind of thing. So yeah, we are planning, I will say now, we are planning to have the next round pushed back to July. The reason being, well, I say that, but it's not 100%. It's like more like 80% confirmed, because we just have to make sure that there's not a lot of readathons already going on in July. So it might still be June, but we are going to try to see if we could push it back to July, just because it's a little bit more of an even amount of months between the big readathons. But we are thinking about and trying to figure out how we can have more Battle of the Bookish themed things going on, like 24-hour readathons that have like a certain challenge of some kind, or every few months having like a week-long training camp of sorts that would be like, hey, brush up on your skills, whatever it is, like having a theme surrounding around the battle aspect of Battle of the Bookish, So we're trying to figure out how to do that. It's just, I think it's more so just figuring out how exactly we want to present that. It's not that we don't know when we could do it. It's more of like, how do we present that to you guys? And that's kind of the most work that's going into it. How do we what do we call it? What are the things that we're going to involve with it? How is it going to be different from the big readathons that happen twice a year? So, because I know that a lot of people in the last couple of rounds have, said that they want more time with this, and if they want it to be more than twice a year. So we're trying our best to figure out how to do that. So keep your eyes peeled. If you guys want to make sure too that you see the announcements for stuff like that coming out, I would suggest subscribing to my channel, because I'm the only one out of the three of us that still really uses YouTube. And I will be, posting announcement videos for those things with like the challenges, prompts, whatever it is that we're going to be doing for those. So that way you guys can have a good idea of what's going on in terms of the readathon itself. So, okay, July works so much better for me, but I'm so excited for smaller events. Yeah, I mean, I am too. And I think the three of us really have been wanting to do it for a long time. It's just been a matter of figuring out, again, like I said, how do we present this to you guys? How do we work in the theme that we have, surrounding Battle of the Bookish for those smaller events? Now, keep in mind too, the team that wins this Battle of the Bookish is going to pick the overall theme for the next big round. So how do we then somehow incorporate what that theme for the next big round is going to be in these smaller events kind of things? And, if we do 24-hour readathons, it might be one of us hosts them. It might be all of us host them. Like, it would depend, I think, monthly based on who would be available to do something. I would probably be available at any time, but I don't always also want to be the only one doing it, so it would be a matter of figuring out how exactly that's going to work. So please be patient with us if we're trying to, if things kind of look funny or are acting funny, just because we're trying to figure out the best way to go about this. So I know you guys are super understanding, but I just want to make that very clear. We're still figuring out everything. So there's that. Yeah, so I think that's basically it. So with that said, we've got 2 minutes until our next sprint. So let's go ahead and do another roll. Let's see what we get. This may be the last sprint. If it's more than half an hour, this is probably going to be the last sprint, okay? So let's see what we end up getting. 1, 2, 3, roll. Okay, we rolled a 6. So it's about half an hour. So that would be 45 is where we would end. You considering adding a couple new battle masters? At the moment, no. Mostly because we're not sure whether or not that's something we would be interested in. We did add Megan as our clock watcher, mostly because none of us were going to have a lot of time to focus on it. And Megan was the most familiar with how to use TikTok in some way. So, but she's not considered a battle master. because that's a little bit too much responsibility. For her at least, because she's also in school and she has a full-time job, all those things. So I don't believe we're considering anything as of yet, but that's not to say that we couldn't in the future. It will be something I would probably bring up to Liv and Adri. But as of now, from what I understand, no. But I will keep you in mind because you, Caitlin, are I think you have a lot of really good ideas. And I think it would be beneficial for us to have another Battle Master in the future. But I don't know how that would pan out as of yet. So hold off on any of that. But we'll discuss it. We'll see what we're thinking about. And if the time comes, we will let you guys know about if we're going to be, having applications for a new Battle Master of any kind. And I'm sure that we would love to pick from somebody that's been a participant since almost the very beginning. So we'll definitely keep you in mind, or at least I will. I don't know if Adri or Liv are watching this by any means, but I will definitely keep you in mind. So, okay, guys, with that being said, I'm going to say that this 30-minute sprint is going to be our last one just because I want to make sure that the last 15 minutes is dedicated to any other questions you guys are going to have in terms of the readathon. Stuff like that. So we are going to start our last 30-minute sprint. Everybody grab your books, get ready, and let's start. We'll be coming back around the 45, 46-minute mark. Hey guys. So I saw Liv left and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye because I was out getting an Amazon package that was delivered. So I'm sorry I missed it. Bye, Liv. And guys, I'm so sorry to those of you that joined. That was going to be our last sprint. I had to start them early today because I am going to be heading out in a little while to go get a puppy. And that was like a big announcement that I had shared earlier in the sprints. So that was my surprise. I was getting my puppy. So I had to start this early so that I could get done earlier because my husband was going to be home around 4 today so that we could go get him. So yeah, puppy. So excited. One of the things I ended up getting in my Amazon package was one of those cool like little electric lighter thingamabobs. I see these things all over TikTok and I've wanted one for so long. I mean, I'm so sorry that you joined on the last sprint. That sucks so much. But don't worry, you can always go use the Discord, do your own reading sprints, whatever you want to do. So funny thing too, speaking of puppies, when I went to go grab my Amazon package, which was in the backyard, because they drop it off like in the back patio area, there was a random dog in my backyard. I think he must have escaped from one of the houses around here. But he was just like a big poodle, basically. But he was very, very scared. Like, he didn't know how he ended up there. And I tried to like go over to him and like be nice, but then he just kept barking at me. And eventually when I went back in the house, he ran out the backyard and out toward the front of the house. So I don't know where he went. I don't know if somebody accidentally let him out when they got home or what happened, but I found a random dog in my yard on the day I'm getting my puppy. I don't know if that's a sign. I know, and it's so cold outside today. I'm like, the poor thing, I really hope he hasn't been out for very long because currently it's, let me tell you how cold it is out here. Give me a second. It's 24 degrees out here Fahrenheit today. So it's cold. And I literally got outside and I heard barking, and all of a sudden there's this giant poodle in my backyard, and I'm like, where did you come from? And he looked so scared, the poor thing. Like, he ran out of the house and then he didn't know where he was. And I'm just like, the poor baby, it's the poor tin. So I hope he got home. Or I hope that I didn't get a chance to get a picture of him because, like I said, I was going to come in here and grab my phone and take a picture of him, but he ran off and I don't know where he went. Like, I didn't see him at all in the front yard. I checked the side of the house. He's disappeared. I don't know where he went. So I hope that he's okay. And if I see him again, I am going to get a picture of him and try to figure out whose dog he is because that poor thing does not need to be outside like this. And I feel bad for the owner if especially they just ran off, because I know like dogs will get excited like if people come home and so then they'll like run out the door and you can't stop them. So that's honestly one of my biggest fears though with having a dog, but that's because like we live in more of a city as opposed to out in the country like my parents do. But that is why we're going to have Oscar in a harness and have a leash on him when we take him outside during the day. And we're going to get a little kid gate for the backyard because there's the driveway and there's like a little like open gated area kind of thing that you would just walk through to get to like the back patio. We're going to have like a little kid gate sitting there so that when we let him outside to be able to run around, he doesn't just run out through the driveway. So I hope he gets home too. That poor baby. Like it hurt my heart to see him like that scared and it just makes me hope that like at least hopefully he's here. I also decided to have ice cream. It's a great thing to have for lunch. Yeah, actually on Wednesday, my husband and I decided for date night we were going to go get ice cream. So I'm with you there. Not the smartest decision when it's super cold outside, but it sounded really good. But yeah, so this is like the little lighter thing. So it like slides up like that. and then like you press the button that's down here and it basically creates an electric current. And that's how you can use, this is what you can use to light your candles. So yeah, so we're coming up basically on the end of the sprints. While I am here for the last few minutes, basically waiting for my husband to arrive, do you guys have any questions for me? You guys have any questions regarding the readathon, what to expect with the next, couple days? You guys have anything that you want to discuss while I'm here? I'm just unpacking my Amazon deliveries. I got not only this thing, but I also got a candle wick trimmer because I wanted these things for my candles. I have a little, for my Team Egyptian people here, I have a little statue of a black cat that's supposed to be representative of Bastet, because I am a not devotee, but Bastet, I believe, is one of my guides and has been for a long time. How long after the month ends can we submit reads for points? Okay, so good question. Very, very good question. Okay, so you have to have your points in for your books by midnight, the February 1st in your time zone. So as soon as it hits midnight and turns to February 1st, that is the deadline in your time zone that you have to submit points. Anything that comes after that is not going to be counted because we have to keep it all within the month of January. So my suggestion is, as soon as you know whether or not you're going to be able to get through, like finish another book, like get that stuff in, okay? So yeah, this is my little Bastet statue. I believe Bastet's been a guide of mine for a long time because if you know anything about me, I mean, if the mummy tattoo and the t-shirt weren't enough, I've been obsessed with Egypt since I was a child. And in my path with being a witch, the goddess Bastet had really called out to me in a lot of ways. So I do some of my practice in devotion of her, but I wouldn't consider her like a patron of any kind. So I have 5 prompts left. Hope I can make it. I'm sure you can. I'm sure everybody will be able to get their stuff in. And then the last things I got were, I got some command strips because I needed some heavier duty ones for some heavier pictures. And then I got one of these really cool phone/tablet stands because I really wanted one for my office here. And now I have to find the little Allen wrench that I had because this is not secure. One moment, please. Found it. So yeah, make sure get your points in before the end of the day of January 1st. You have until midnight in your time zone. So yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about when you have to get your points in by. You guys have any other questions for me before we end the stream today? Anything that you have in terms of questions for your books? Anything that you want to just ask me in general? Let's open that up too. Like, I'm down to chat for a little bit longer if, my husband's still going to be a little bit because I don't know. He technically had a little bit of a later start than he should have, so I don't know if he's on his way home yet. Finished all the Egypt prompts. Do I need to finish the everybody prompts? No, you do not. In order, though, so you don't have to finish the general prompts in order to do the team prompts, the other ones, like the Norse or Greek ones if you're on the Egypt team. You only have to have completed your team prompts to go do the other ones. However, with that said, if you want to have a chance to be involved in the MVP drawing that's going to happen, you do have to have completed all of your team prompts and all of the general prompts. I did say it before, but Whitney, I don't think you were on when I said it. The Egyptian team does currently not have anyone that has completed all their general prompts. In the event that there's a team where none of the participants have on that team completed their general prompts, but there are people who've completed their team prompts, the people that completed the team prompts will be put in the drawing for the MVP for that team. However, if you want to make sure that you're put in the drawing and could possibly win that MVP spot as, accurately according to the rules as possible, get those team prompts done if you can. So, any other questions, my lovely, lovely friends? I think I need to charge this thing before I can use it. I gotta see. That's in German. I need to feel like I'm getting old. I can't read the tiny writing. Ensure the item's not damaged, yada, yada, yada. Connect with computer by connecting. Okay, so I gotta plug it in. When the LED goes off, it's fully charged. Cool. All right, so that's easy. You guys have any other things you want to ask me? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I mean, not really, because you can just, you can ask questions in the Ask a Master channel too on the Discord. But if you want to ask me specifically, speak now before you have to hold your peace. Anybody? Bueller? I kid. Okay. Well, if there are, okay, perfect. Is it possible to switch up prompts for a book that is already submitted? Yes. If you would like to switch your prompt, so if you want to switch a prompt for a book that you submitted, yes, just let us know in the Point Redemption channel, and we will be able to switch that out for you. It's not recommended just because sometimes it can get a little confusing if it's done too often. But if it's like one or two, that's fine. That's totally okay. Go ahead and just let us know. Or let me know, since I think you're on my team. Maybe. All right. Anybody else? Anyone else have any questions? Also, to fill some time. Okay, good. Awesome. If you're at all curious to see my face more, I don't know, if you guys would be into that at all. I mean, I think I'm pretty cute, but, if you want to come see my face a little bit more outside of Battle of the Bookish, I also do Twitch. I've been streaming on Twitch a little bit, and it's just my username here, The Curious Owl. So definitely come check it out. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 p.m. Eastern to about 10 or 11 Eastern if you're interested. I've been doing a lot of Sims 4 stuff. So if you're into that, come check it out. We're having a good time. I'm currently doing something that involves the new scenario aspect that's involved with The Sims 4. So if you're interested, come check it out. I have a book that I'm reading that is the moving picture book of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Over 1,000 pages, but the copy I have, it's the reread prompt. Okay, so how I would handle that. So you're using it for the reread prompt, which would be 50 points. Anything that's over 1,000 pages is going to earn 200 points page point wise. So for that book would earn 250 points. Okay? I mean, we decided to include a point system for the books over 1,000 pages because we've had some people have that. So that book by itself, when it's submitted, would be 250 points total for the reread prompt and for the fact that it's over 1,000 pages. Okay? It's only over 1,000 because of the moving pictures stuff. Oh, wait. So is it like, well, I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Is it listed on Goodreads as over 1,000 pages? Or is it like marked in the book that it's over 1,000 pages? Because if that's the case, either of those would make it count to be like worth 1,000 pages and be worth 200 points. If it doesn't have the pictures by themselves marked as pages, but if you added it on to, okay, hold on, I got to figure this out. Is it a situation where the book itself is not 1,000 pages, but adding in the moving pictures part of it or parts of it would make it over 1,000. Is that the case? Marked in the book. I don't think that one's fair, so I'm going to go off Goodreads as special circumstance. Okay, so special circumstance. I'm going to say, Rebecca, remind me, I don't think you're on my team. What team are you on? I forget. Because if you're on my team, I'm going to give you that 250 straight up. Because it's a really weird circumstance. If you are not on my team, when you go to submit that, let me know, and I will make sure that your battle master knows that I approved it because you came to the stream and told me about it. You're on the Greek team. Okay, so that I will make sure to talk to Liv. When you go to submit that, let me know, like just DM me or something on Discord. Let me know that you're getting ready to send it in, and I will contact Liv. I know Egypt really needs the 250 points. I know, Whitney. But let me know, and I will talk to Liv and let her know that you came to the stream to ask about that specifically, and that I gave the approval because it's a bit of it's a certain circumstance that I think she actually would agree with, because we're pretty lenient with a lot of things, and we're very understanding of a lot of stuff. I know we're really close. Like, honestly, the amount that we are between all of the teams, like, it's getting to the point in this part of the readathon where it's getting close. We have, like, what is it? Less than 60 points between us and the Norse team for Team Egypt. Something like that. Yeah, 60 to 80 points. So it's getting to the wire. This is what I'm telling you when I tell you guys that at a certain point of the month, it gets neck and neck. It gets really, really close. So get your stuff in, get it all in as soon as you can before the end of the 31st. Super important that you do so that we can figure out who it's going to be. Okay? Yeah, so Rebecca, just shoot me a DM. Let me know before you put it in, and I will let Liv know so that she's aware when it goes in that that's what's supposed to happen with it. Because like I said, she will more than likely agree with me on it. Because like I said, we're pretty lenient. We're pretty understanding that, like, there's some kinds of books that you just don't know what to do with. So we're going to kind of like, we would figure it out. And if anything, if she decides that she wants to do something different with it, I'll let you know ahead of time, because I say one thing, it is very possible she could have another idea that might actually be better. So there's that. Okay, guys, that is going to be it for me today. I should probably get going, because I think I just heard my husband pull up in the driveway. So I gotta go. I gotta go and get my puppy. I'm so excited. So keep your eyes peeled on the Discord. I will be putting pictures in there and everything so you guys can see him. And you're going to be seeing him in my vlogs, in the streams, all that stuff. So thank you guys so much for joining me today. I will see all of you guys later.